on the Twitter regarding... Yeah, let's upload a short. Now the sad thing is that the things just don't get any visibility here. Kind of sucks. You don't get exposure like you used to. But that's okay. Maybe. I'm gonna upload a short here. Let's see. This one. Yeah. Then I have videos somewhere. And shorts, right? Yes. I think I didn't post anything about her yet. So that's what we're adding. Let's see, what should I type as a description? Oh, one second. Second.
In Lands of Fury, we were to spice things up in Lands of Fury. In Lands to spice things up in Lands of Fury. In Lands of Fury. In Lands of well, there are no zombies around. Inlands. Inlands of Fury, we were missing a true range.
Good thing that I was talking to the void again.
Meet Anna from the Elf Huntress.
I can kind of axe some tags. Gonna ask the GPT if Twitter reduces the exposure if you have many more tags. More generally, adding more tags on X does not increase exposure, and it actually can limit it. Oh my god. Let's do it like that then. 3 tags maximum. So, Inlands of Fury like that, link in bio, blah blah blah, and we post it. And then what I do is simply grab this post and I start linking it to others that want wishlist games. I mean wishlist Wednesday games. So I just copy. Trailer Tuesday, no. Okay. Oh, the little one is kind of annoyed that I can't work, you know. I mean, that I have to work. Tomorrow he's going back to kindergarten. Okay. Couple of more. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to look on Wishlist Wednesday tag a bit more. And the spamming session begins. That first one, then comes the second one. Well, actually followed an old account. It's not work. I mean, what's that? It died. I'm not gonna follow it. That account. It's interesting because sometimes you see like accounts that don't really have any more activity. Okay, show us your amazing games that you're working on. Here we go on this one. Okay. Okay. Like to be next, spotlight, like and repost. I'm following this dude and reposting it even. Why the hell not? You gotta give something to get something. Oh, by the way, I'm not checking the chat, so sorry about that. Looks like a very cute game. And this one. And the daily dose of marketing has been submitted. Now, I have so little faith in X because there's like literally nobody anymore gaining big traction here regarding indie games. At least I didn't see it. There we go. I should automate this with a bot. You know what? I'm gonna do it. One day I'm gonna have a bot posting on all social media because this is the thing that kind of is most time consuming. But okay. So the marketing for this Wednesday is done. I have to prepare something for Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So that's gonna be interesting. But now let's try to work on this sequence plate. Something didn't work as intended. Do I subscribe? I subscribe. Do I unsubscribe? I do. Now flash screen, this thing can be actually as the last part here. Doesn't make sense to have subscriptions to the event first and then having the functions like that are basically functional, I'd say, at the beginning. Now, if I do this, I want to see what's going on here. So if it's not unit, I return. Yeah, I see this is the problem. Let's start it. Okay. One thing that I was also doing is I was cleaning up a bit the links. So I actually changed the links and the description of YouTube and so on with UTM links. You know, so I can actually then track on Steam from which channel I get the most exposure, from which social media. Okay. Now let's see if something lights up. Okay, the breakpoint worked. Now, if we go forward, it's gonna emit something, but let's see if it's gonna flash. It has to start flashing. And it didn't flash. Yeah. If I look at the console, I see that there's like a problem. It says pulse progress override does not exist on object. Shader material. How dare you? And did the dude crash again? Of course it did. No, it didn't. Good. Now, where am I taking this material? The material is being taken from background sprite 2D. So, this has to have a material. And pulse progress override. This should exist here. Huh. Let me copy it. Copy property path. Pulse progress override. I have it. Now, if I take a look at the place where I was using this like a bazillion years ago. Okay, that's kind of wrong. Do I get the background material at least? Yeah, let's start it again. Starting it. Okay, background material. It is a shader material, but what am I missing here? So there's a code, but oh, set shader parameter. That's coming from the tween itself. You know what? Let's ask Mr. LLM. Okay, so I have to prefix it, I guess, with shader parameter. Like this. Otherwise it's not okay. Okay, we can try again. Let's try it. And I think we can make the static string name regarding that. Because otherwise we're creating every time a string name, which costs us again. Well, it's not like we would be using these things a lot of times per second, but still. Oh, it works. But the problem is that now all of them start to shine. So that means that it has to be local to the scene, unique to the scene, if I make any sense. And if I'm not mistaken, we can do this actually here. Shader material, resource, local to scene. So every instance of it should have a separate one now. Let me just press play. And it works. Okay, now we have this thing, but we probably have to make it so it's not gonna be reacting to companions or any others once. Yeah, that's one thing. And the color still has to be adjusted, but that's the least of the worries we have about it now. Now, I want to have a sequence challenge room, right? This one. It appears to be invalid corrupt. Are you kidding me? How so? Well, I can't argue with that logic. But at least if it would say... Aha, invalid scene root node, sequence challenge level room in an instance. Well, there's no base scene. Huh. How come there's no base scene? I renamed something, I know that. But from where the base scene should come out from. So for example, if I take a look at a crate itself, like a destroyable, do I have a base scene somewhere? No, if I take a look at the grass, brown 01, this one should have base scene as well. Yo, Logan, good morning. Good morning, good morning. How's it going? Did you have a good session? I slept like a baby, man. For the ground decoration, I think this is somehow the parents being represented. Aha, it's instance here then. Okay, you know what? We're gonna nuke that one and create a new one. I was messing with the names or something. So I'm gonna steal the name. Delete this one. Let's go to rooms and then we can make challenge level room. Wonderful times of trying to learn something. Yeah, I get you, man. Don't give up. Just grind through it. Just grind to it. You can do it, buddy. What kind of session is it, dude? What actually are you making now? What are you learning? Yesterday you were working on decorators, right? Or something like that. I'm laughing because I have so much empathy for you, because that's exactly how I felt. It's you just have to grind it through, man. There's no other way. For real. No other freaking way. Only grinding part. Only the difference is that some people give up and some don't. You know. You grind it. And then maybe you skip on something else and then try to come back again. Go on a walk, think about it. In subconscious, go take a shower. And suddenly a moment of clarity can come and it just clicks. But it's really, you know, the time when it clicks, you can't really predict. So don't be stressing about it too much, man. I believe that we all felt that way. Oh. That's the thing that you're gonna be encountering a lot of times. Sometimes you have a typo, or sometimes you have a different variable somewhere inside and it's not throwing you error because it's not a syntactical error but logical one, and so on. So yeah, and a lot of times I've spent so many hours on a problem that was so easy to solve, but you grind on it so much. Yeah, just don't worry about it, man. We all felt that way in the past, and even now, from time to time. Like that. Now what I want to trigger is... I want to test these things out. So if I have a sequence challenge room... I want to kind of get to it. And test it out. I got you, man. Be sure to have fun with it, because You know, sometimes when you learn something, just try to have fun with the knowledge that you've already learned and try to make something with it. And then go forward. Hey Iron TV, how's it going? No fun present, I feel you, man. Only pain, yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Like deving, also a video game, or... Maybe I could make this part a bit more symmetrical, because I don't want to generate it every time. So when the player comes in, he'll know, okay, I'm in the challenge room now. Like that. And I need 9 places. So if I try to add in entities... Deving my first ever games project with 0 experience for the last 4.5 years, lol. Okay, so you are experienced. Oh, so you had to have a lot of work already, huh? What were you using earlier? Unity or something like that? Hello, Siege Lord. Morning. How's it going? There we go. Ugh, I'm messing this up. So what I'm gonna currently work on is like this simple remember the pattern puzzle. If you match everything, it's gonna be okay. If not, all hell is gonna break loose. But... oh, that's cool, right? I was using a sort of toolkit that used the backend of some games engine. I don't know what it was, but the toolkit was really bad to use and wouldn't do what it wanted to do. Huh. So it was like... from which game? Siege Lord says it's going okay, had trouble compiling an Unreal plugin, and after all that work, it crashed on use. Oh my god. So yeah, actually it's interesting because Logan was complaining that some things didn't click, like for him, you know? And I was telling him earlier that yeah, it's all about the grind. Most of the time, you don't feel smart, at least I don't feel smart. In this profession, if I make sense. But it's the point that really clicks for me. I mean, that drives me forward is that when something works and you've been grinding about it all over the place for hours or even days, and then suddenly it works, you're like, yes, I'm a magician. That's just how it is, at least in my case. Working for those magical moments. Like that. Okay, and we're gonna drop player somewhere here. Well, this can be symmetrical one. Maybe we're even gonna change the tile type for this thing. So it's gonna be more mystique, or I don't know. I liked it like that. But thankfully I can export all my model assets out of it and import them into Godot. That's cool. That's always a plus. Now 360, that's... Is that divisible by 16? It is, right? No, it's not. What am I doing? 360. And then here, the transform should be 360 plus 16. No, 360 plus 32. That's better. But 355 seems a bit different. How could I enable the grid? I want to see a grid here. Ah, okay. So I have to offset it. If I want to have it on a grid, somehow I either have to push it up or pull it down. And I think I'm gonna go push it up a bit. That's like 10 pixels. Or, we'll see. We have to get the first one right. And then it's good. Where did you go? 348? 342? Let's see. Almost. 340. 346. I'm never gonna get it, huh? 2 pixels up. So that's minus. -2. What about now? Hey, we have it. Good. Now from this one, we're just gonna offset it. We're always gonna have like 9 things. Now, I'm thinking about maybe easier puzzle could have like 6 or 4. And the hard one has 9. You know, then based on difficulty I could also set some things up. 344. 344. There's 1 pixel to the left. Okay. But in short, it's a 2.5D 8-bit Game Boy voxel RPG that during the game you restore the world's color, thus making it look like a 2.5 SNES style world. But the world is 3D and the characters are sprites. That's cool. I like that style, man. I like it a lot. And a lot of games actually use that technique. I know that Core Keeper, I believe, it's also a game that's in a 3D world, right? But it looks like a 2D one, if I'm not mistaken. So now we're gonna do copy value of the position, paste it, and then just move it a bit lower for 16 and another 16. That's for 32. What am I doing? Plus 16. Okay. Can I snap it on the grid? Hey, I can use the grid snap. Why I didn't think of it before? Look at that. Good, it already has a tool for that. Yeah, I completely forgot about it. So guys, if you ever need to do that, you see that you have grid snapping tools here. Okay. Like that. Now we have it. Now, other thing that we need is kind of teleporter from room. Okay. Teleporter. I have different ones, huh? Teleporter from room and to room, and I have an extraction one. Yeah, we don't need that one. We need a normal one, but this one doesn't look like... It looks too much similar to the plates. Okay, we'll see. Let's put it down here. Like this. So this is the player's entrance, and then we would have a lever or something that starts this puzzle. The player should figure it out quite easily, what's going on here. So Aaron says, and I finished off that main mechanic yesterday, so I'm giving myself a break. That's cool, man. It's good to have a break when you reach some important milestone. And how do you like Godot? It's much better than that one you said, right? That toolkit. Okay. Now I have to figure out how did I usually test the arena rooms. I have test level. Wow. That's a tantrum. I don't know if you heard it or not. Okay. So this is a sequence challenge room. First thing that we're gonna have to do is just make it playable. Like I want to get to this thing here. But I'm gonna have to make editable children. And then we have teleporter. So destination of this one has to be back if we want to ever get back. Like this, and then we have to add another teleporter. Let's put it here. And I'm just gonna slap it here on the top. Kind of have a hierarchy a bit cleaned up, but okay. So this one is gonna take us in. Oh, let's say in here. I'm expecting crashes. That's one thing. Or at least a couple of errors. Okay, let's spice up the music a bit. The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, Bossa Nova. Still on Bossa Nova train. Okay, I come here, I interact, I get into this thing in here, and okay, here we have the sequence of these things. So that's okay. Now, the next step we're gonna be working on is... we're gonna be flashing them in certain order, and we're gonna check if the player is actually hitting the marks correctly. But one of the problems we have is that they could potentially react to companions, so... now, either I make a check that companions, if they step on the pressure plate or on this, you know, sequence plate, that they don't actually trigger it, that's one thing. Or I can simply do a simple thing. Once you teleport here with a companion, I issue a command to him, wait here. I could do this programmatically. So basically he would just walk here and wait here, and he wouldn't do anything. And then when you go back, the command gets overridden, you know. That could be nice. It will show a bit of more intelligent behavior, if I make any sense. Yeah, let's try going with that. But first, since we don't have a companion, let's go with the main mechanic. So... okay. The puzzle, or this challenge room, needs something that triggers a start. And arenas get triggered by interacting with the teleporter itself. But I kind of don't want to force the player to finish this one. He can go anywhere else. Back to the place where he came from, if I make any sense. So maybe a lever would be cool. Actually, this type of a puzzle was inspired. I mean, I kind of saw it first time in Heroes of... not first time, but... the most recent time, in Heroes of Hammerwatch. It's a very cool game. I mean, it's a cool roguelite game. It has its ups and it has its downs. I kinda like it. And... yeah. So you know what they say, great artists borrow ideas. Borrow is within the quotation marks, of course. And I could actually do this dirt platform even here. And we must not forget to surround everything with the pit itself. Because if we don't have an invisible pit layer, the thing is that the player can walk on the air. Transparent pit collider. Now, I should have made this a different color, but can't remember how you can set the color of this collider on the tile set. But it's okay. I trust myself that I won't miss a spot. Which is probably wrong, but okay. For now. Here we go. And let's test this one first. Can we fall down? So if you fall down, you have to be damaged for a certain amount. There we go. No, I can walk on it. Oh, what the hell happened? Like the whole chunk unloaded. That's cool. Well, okay, this is a testing area. I think I have a camera wrongly set here somewhere. Huh. But what's with the collider? I have this terrain transparent pit collider. Which dude is that? Transparent pit collider. I think this one is responsible for it. One second. Transparent pit collider. So we actually use it here. I use it and then I update it. Terrain set ID is 19, I believe. Yeah, it is 19 and... Now why isn't it... Just a second. Challenge room. I mean, if I have this here, do I clear it in its parent level room? do I do something here? Let's see if I have populate walkable. I don't care about that because the room is gonna be pre-made, but stamped to level tile map. Where do I trigger this? On the generate. I overwrite the generate. So this generate is being triggered by what? By room controller. And room controller... I wonder, do I trigger this? Because in that level I shouldn't trigger it. It's a test level. Okay, let's start to see it again, what's going on here. Nothing makes me want to manually type in a link more than a spammer sending exactly one sketchy message with no context. There was a spammer, right? But if I click like ban on him through this restream, I think he's removed from any channel, or... Well, the breakpoint didn't trigger, so we don't handle the generate here, I believe. And that's okay. Okay. Stream boo. Okay, okay. This was a recommendation from Triple Jump Games, right? Also, I just have to look it up. If I go to... Huh. I have to go to the channels? No. Settings, content tuning, not sure. I can block users, I see that. Block whispers from strangers, no. Okay, I'm gonna Google it. Creator dashboard, settings, moderation. Well, I don't see moderation anywhere. Aha, that's a different dashboard I see now. Aha, moderation is even a new thing. Then we have settings. Auto mod. Aha, permitted terms and phrases, block terms and phrases. Okay, I think I found it. Stream Boo has been added. Yay! I did it. Thank you, Logan, for reminding me. But yeah, that dude is so annoying. I mean, the bot. I'd go medieval on him, man. So I trigger generate rooms here, but this never really occurs. At least not in the situation where we are now. In that camp area. At least I think so. Let's check it out. I played Link to the Past. And Link to the Past was pretty cool. I believe that I also played that one for Game Boy. What was it? Link's Awakening. It was cool. Kinda like it. Sadly, I didn't have it on my SNES. You know. I had other games, but a friend of mine had Link to the Past. And he knew everything, man. He beat that game a lot of times. I wanna see if he's maybe on today, if he's here. I wanna see if he's maybe on today. No, he's not here. But Tutrinator, if you're ever gonna see him, he also playtests Lands of Fury quite a lot. He playtested it. Whew. You know, you have like... Probably everybody has a friend that's just next level at beating games. And gaming skill. He was that dude. He could beat anything, man. Even the Battletoads. I know it was a very hard platformer fighting game on SNES. He beat it on. I mean, he cleared it. It was like, ooh. My wife obsesses over Zelda. I've only played Link's Awakening, Breath of the Wild, and Tears of the Kingdom or something like that. Is that right? Cool. I heard about Breath of the Wild. It was highly praised. But just recently I discovered that... Yeah. That they had like a whole thing that items became obsolete if you use them. That's not a mechanic I kind of like. You know? I know that would be bothering me a lot. If things break when I use them. Majority of them. If that's the correct interpretation I had from the videos. Okay. So this doesn't trigger then. Arenas to generate. This is only for arena generation. Okay. We can maybe split this one. Private void, generate arenas. And this thing is gonna be slapped in here. Like that. And then we can add a second one. Private void. Generate sequence or challenge rooms maybe. Well, arena is kind of a challenge room. But I'm using different props here. Probably down in the future, again some refactoring, but okay. For now we're gonna split it in two ways. And yeah, this is where we're gonna dynamically populate the thing that's gonna be generating stuff in here. Like a sequence and everything is gonna be randomized in here then. But yes, mods on emulators, never played them. Never played a lot of mods. Emulated stuff, modified, but I saw that they use them a lot on Zelda games, right? A lot of times they used it to randomize bosses, if I'm not mistaken. Or items. No, I think it's heavily dependent to clear the dungeons that you have to have the items in correct order. If I'm right here. But bosses, yeah. Bosses were different from time to time, I believe. Okay, now this one is here. And let's just say that I should somehow get the sequence challenge room. The thing is that this is dynamically created in the run, but now we already have one. So I kinda should put here the reference of this thing. Or easily I could just make it go on ready. And then I wire it in here. Okay. Let's say. And then I say, what is going on here in level room? We have a customer editing. And that's okay. So we override that one. It's protected, override, custom ready. And if instant test, generate. And I'm gonna just slap something in. It doesn't really matter in this case. Let's say vector 2 I 0 or something. We don't care. But then what we can do is we're gonna have like a separate resource where we're gonna store how many plates he has to press. And let's keep it simple for now. Maybe we're gonna say that we have to get all the pressure plates. So I'm moving that thing to the left, so I'm gonna see what's going on in the hierarchy itself. So we have entities, and entities are already here, and the base one. So I need sequence plates. Okay. Now the easy thing would be that I kind of add additional node 2D and I just simply call it sequence plates. And the thing that's in is strictly gonna be of that type. So we're gonna make a reference to this. That's not 2D. Sequence plates, parent. And then we're gonna have like a list. Sequence plate. And that's a new list. I played Breath of the Wild 4K 120 FPS with quality of life upgrades that absolutely dominates over Switch capabilities. That's cool. That's the perk of having computer games, you know, PC games. You can do so much more with them. I mean, I had only a couple of consoles, and those were SNES and PlayStation 2. That's it. And everything else, I always played video games on computer. In here. Equals to get node. Like that. Like this, and then we get sequence plates, and that's coming from sequence plates parent. Get children. Something to list. Can I do a transformation like that? Or no, I can't do it. I have to cast it as well, right? Come on, almost there. It doesn't contain definition for to list. For real? I never used for to list anywhere. I use it. I just don't specify the type. Wait up. I have get node, sequence plate. What's going on? Because sequence plate is what? It's not 2D, so this kind of should work. Now I'm getting the list of nodes. I always cast it to the normal list, huh? Then I don't need to cast anymore. Okay. How could I cast a convert? Can I do this somehow? Okay. Huh. Never mind. So I get the reference of everything that's in here. And then I would like to have some kind of a generated sequence. Let's call it, this is gonna be also a list, private list. And the thing that we're gonna have to light up here is gonna be, I think we're gonna have like a couple of lists here. Let's call, I think I have IDs like integers in the sequence plate. Plate ID. Okay, so I'm gonna have a list of integer. That's gonna be a generated sequence. like this. Then we're gonna have another one which is gonna be player pressed sequence. What else? Let's say another list is gonna be int full sequence. This is gonna be full sequence. Required sequence. So where I'm aiming with this is that first I generate the full sequence, then I have required sequence, and the player sequence has to match the required sequence, and then we go forward. Now, this thing could also be a finite state machine again. Yeah, it could be. Because we would have like initialized state when you come in. Then we would have like execute state or something. And then the last thing we would have would be win state. So we need 3 conditions like we have in Arena, something like that. That's again splitting things up. Yeah, but let's do it the proper way. I mean, could I crap it all in here? I could, but should I? That's another question. Let's see, I have Arena FSM. Well, this one was more complicated regarding the waves and everything. Then I had states here. Like different states. For Arena I have Arena intrastate, rest state, Arena state, which is the base one, wave state and win state. Let's try to follow a pattern. Sequence challenge FSM. Alrighty. Let's do it the proper way. Okay. So this is the base one. That's okay. We're gonna have probably a couple of things here, like the type. It's gonna have intro, that's okay. So the second state is gonna be play sequence. Then the third one is gonna be evaluate sequence. Yeah. So this one actually, it lights up the pressure plates. And this one waits for the player. Intro waits for the player to trigger. And on success, it goes back to play sequence if more sequences can be played. On failure, it spawns enemies or something. On finish, on last thing, or on finish, it goes to the win state. So this thing is handling three things. Evaluate sequences always. Either player successfully presses all the sequences, he fails, or he completed it. So we have one more state here to add, and this one's going to be called lose. So this one's going to be 3 and 4. And we have to rename this arena state type to sequence challenge state type. Yes. Now this thing has the reference to the room itself and a couple of things in here. Okay, for starters I'm just gonna copy paste it and then we're gonna modify everything. So we don't need this signal anyway, okay. Global is needed, but here we have sequence level room. Let's call this one all sequences completed. Do I need this even? I don't need it. So this FSM is gonna be like a state holder in here. Okay. Let's cut these things up, or... Huh. We could have, like, for example, private current wave. It's gonna be... current... sequence... index. The biggest problem here is gonna be probably the naming. Leave it out for now. We don't have any subwaves for now. Sequence end index, maybe. And then between things we have to give sound cues that something new is gonna happen. That you have to, for example, wait and go forward. But okay. Timer that ticks every second, yeah, this could come in handy for some condition checks. Then we get this, the timer itself. That's okay. And in the init, we pass in the sequence challenge room. Sequence challenge. Why don't I have whole level room spelled out here? Okay. Like this. Then we init the states, which means that we duplicate them, so we don't poison the default one. And then we have different states, which are gonna be of type sequence challenge state. Okay, like that. Maybe I can simply call it init. Why did I have maybe init is something else. No, it isn't. I'm gonna have init. Okay. So that's regarding that. Now we need states. So what we're gonna have is a base state. We're gonna call it sequence challenge state. Like that. And this inherits from the state, I believe. Do I have a state? I run a state. Yeah, I have a basic state here. And I'm gonna copy the same thing we have here. And just replace it. If we have arena state type, we have sequence state type. This one. And I get this passed in. This is basically init. And every other state is inheriting from this one. So basically in every state we have the reference to the finite state machine itself. It gets injected. And then we can override on state enter, on state update, on state exit. How do I call on state update? I think I have timer for that. I believe I'm not executing this every single frame. Actually, I do. Actually, I do. Okay. Let's get forward. I kind of hate writing long names, but if I would just have sequence FSM, that's gonna be pain in the ass in the future. Because sequence is such a broad word. Or term. So that's why I'm always adding challenge now here. Okay. Now the timer. And then I init and I pass in this, but why isn't... Aha. Why do I have init arena state in here? Aha, init sequence challenge state. Well, I would just have init, why the hell? Like that. Okay. Now this has to live as a node within the level room. Let me compare it to arena level room. Yes, I have FSM, and the same thing's gonna be here. And I believe that is node 2D. It can be node 2D, doesn't matter really, but okay. Then we have a position. Node 2D. Call it FSM. Make it accessible through a unique name. And let's not forget about the script. This one. And of course we add timer. Did I use timer for ticks? I think I did. Because the processing every frame of this thing is not really something that good. Okay, if I go here. Timer that ticks every second. It makes sense this in arena. Aha. I subscribe an event, but I don't do anything on state update. It makes total sense. Because, yeah, if I would do this on every frame, that'd be like waste of compute. And then the timer. That's okay. The timer gets started. Do I start it here in Arena FSM? I think I have it set as auto start. Let's just check it out. Timer is auto start, of course, and I'm gonna do the same thing here. And we need some kind of a nice spacing between flashes. And also one thing I've noticed is that it double flashes. This is gonna cause confusions. So we don't set shader parameter on 1, but 0.5. No, actually, sequence plane 0.5. That's going to the full flash, and then we should go back. Okay. Now I know that I have to trigger this thing somewhere. I changed the state somewhere here. That's init arena states, but where do I trigger start? It's coming from the base FSM. Guys, I'm just gonna have to take a big one. Coffee's starting to kick in, so sorry about that. I'm gonna be polite and even enable the pause. Like that. Be right back. back. Oh, mouse battery low. Oh, blah, 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 blah. One of the best investments I made regarding mouse battery is buying rechargeable ones and charger. And I quickly swap them out and that's it. I have 4 of them in a row. Here we go. Let's continue. Where did I... Yeah? Well, it's cool. I kind of had this idea that I would have wireless setup. I have wireless keyboard and mouse. And the one that I used earlier, it was like G... I don't know how many 100 Logitech. And it had an option to be a wireless or wired, you know. So you could basically attach a cord or unattach it. And it was good. But its battery was very poor. Its performance was like not the best. It lasted for a day or so, then you had to plug it back in. And now this one is quite okay. It's G604, something like that. I'll double click that. I like this wheel. I mean, the thing that I love about these mice are that they have these infinite spin wheels, and this model has the one without any rubber, you know, so that dirt from finger skin and so on doesn't really grab to it. It's completely metal. But its build is poor quality. On the side it's like this rubbery layer, which kind of started peeling off. I don't know, man. The wheel was amazing with the option to change it to clicky or free spin. Exactly. That's what I love the most. Okay, now we have a finite state machine here. I gotta go back to Godot and see what's going on here. And if we're gonna build this thing, it's gonna probably explode. Building, I'm waiting. Maybe it's gonna even crash. Oh, it's here, but the states have to be added. And the states are as resources. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna close a couple of scenes down because this piled up. You know what would the hard level of this thing be? That you have to remember the sequence while something is shooting at you. Like a trap, you have to dodge the bullets and so on. That's a way to make players hate you. Right? Yeah, right. That'd be nasty. Okay, now we still have to create the states for that thing. Arena state sequence challenge state. This is so long to write out. Logan, that's actually the best idea I ever heard. We're gonna do it like that. You're gonna have That'd be cool. You're gonna have like locked items here, and then it would say how many things you have to repeat to unlock it. Make sense? Here, 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 and then we would have like a number above them. That'd be cool. You know, if you repeat 3 sequences in a row, you get this potion. If you repeat 5, you get that. But you can stop. But if you mess up, something bad's happening. Well, it's a good idea, really good idea. That you don't get just a randomized prize. Maybe you have the prizes here, and then you say, okay, I want to do something. Okay, now let's go with new scripts. Sequence challenge. I have to take a look which states we have. Interstate. And the next one is going to be sequence challenge. Play. Evaluate, yeah. We're gonna keep the naming a bit simpler. Or observe state would be better. Observe or play. Yeah, let's make observe. It's gonna be better name, I believe. So you have to observe. And then besides the observe, we're gonna have play, which means that player has to play. Better naming. Like that. And let's not forget about lose state. And win state. Oh, that's quite something. And play state. Oh man, you really give good ideas, man. I have to give you credit for that. I have to call out talent when I see one. If you know what I mean. The scope expander. Oh, I see. But it's cool. You know, it's like from that Wonder Woman movie, but it could be better. When Pedro Pascal says that thing for everything. So these things become tool and global class. And like this. Oh no, I have a problem that this is not expanding state. There we go. Let's build it again. Oh, here we go with the crash. That was a long run. Without one. Okay. Now let's start from the beginning. The states. Here. I just want to find the enum. So observe. Well, first one is intro. Second one is observe. Oh. Not a good one. Intro should be first. Why the hell is it changing the first one? Wait up, why do I have keys like that? End by state. Okay. Okay, now I get it. So 0 has to be intro, then we have observe. Okay. This is a dictionary, not an array. And the fourth, and the first one's gonna be intro. Second one is gonna be observe. Third one is gonna be play. Lose and win. Like that. Let's save it. We have to assign correct enums if I'm not mistaken. Or did I have that somewhere else? Second. And a state type had exported property. What about this one? Well, it also should have exported one. But why doesn't it? Weird, it doesn't want to get exported. No, that's super weird. Because these states, they have like arena type exported. But if I go to the sequence, Nothing is here. Now why is that? Huh. I saved it, I built it. Oh, of course, because I'm not inheriting the right state. Yeah. Okay, now let's try to rebuild it again. And it's here. So this one is intro, observe, play sequence, and lose, and last but not least, win. If you're asking me why I have it this way, it's pretty wrong. The enum keys weren't working, and they are not generic, because every state has its own type, and the integer as a base class or a base property here is working well. So yeah, that's one of the reasons. Okay, now we have these. But then I have to check how I trigger the intro state in the arena itself. Somewhere I know that I changed the state to something. This is arena level room. State something, change state. This one. And now I can say in sequence. I'm gonna have a function which is gonna be called start challenge. Let's also add an event for that. Like this. Okay, we have the reference to the FSM now. But. Custom on room entered, no. What do I do with arena FSM here? I subbed a couple of things. And I init it here. And intro like that. So this gets started, but where do I call start arena? Custom on room entered, of course. And we gotta have like condition that says if challenge completed was fulfilled. So we can't start it really again on re-entering this thing again. Then we have start sequence challenge, which changes the state. Okay, but custom on room entered is being triggered when we are teleported here, right? That was regarding the Deidre pits. Those were also being dynamically generated. Ugh. Let's see. Let's say on trigger, not only on entered, but on trigger. And for simplicity's sake, we're gonna have a lever or a pressure plate or something like that. That will trigger it. For simplicity's sake, I'm gonna have reference to this thing. If you press it, it's gonna start for now. Okay. Plate sprite, icon sprite, animation player. This should be referenced through here. Okay, do I emit something from here? I should. Press event handler. This gets emitted when? Okay. Okay, pressure plate is this. Let's make it accessible through the unique name, which is okay. And we're gonna have the reference in the room file, scene itself, here. It's also gonna be private pressure plate, and let's get the thing equals to get node. Like that, and we should be subscribing to stuff. Let me just find the correct hook. It's this one. So in the pressure plate, not re-entered, visibility no. Pressed this one, and we say, let's call it correctly, on pressure plates pressed like this. And that's okay. What do I emit here? Unit. Aha. So who pressed it? Here we go. Unit. That's okay. But here we have to change that if we start the sequence, then the pressure plate can be pressed. Shouldn't be pressed anymore. It's quite straightforward. And what's going on with this? Aha. I have different checks here as well. That's kind of making it safe because we do mumbo jumbo stuff with entities when they spawn sometimes. Removing from trees, adding to trees and so on. Alrighty. So pressure plate pressed, we start the sequence challenge. Now this is the intro. Oh. Let's see, what do I have intro in arena itself? Arena intro. We've got this. That's okay. Let's just debug. Then here we would have like private void function. Like, I don't know if I want to shuffle everything in the intro here or somewhere else, or when we get to the challenge room. Yeah, we're gonna have shuffle here. Shuffle icons. And then we're gonna have transition to... What is that? Not evaluate state, what did I call it? Observe state, no. Yeah, transition to... Observe state. Or play sequence state. This naming is gonna F me up. Because in one state I want to kind of observe what player is putting in, and in the other state I want to look what the thing wants from me. Yeah, transition to observe state, let's do it like that. And here we say then FSM. What kind of FSM I have here? This one. Want to be able to pass here a normal enum. upper function, where I don't have to access that whole sausage. No, definitely play sequence will be the thing that shows you what you need, and observe is that it observes you. Yeah, that's decided. Of course you did. Okay. Like that. Now I have it. And if I go a bit further, I go, okay, I transition to observe state when we do shuffle icons and so on. This is gonna be like async something. Task or not really, we can make it just void. But what we're gonna do is gonna be something a bit different. So we have sequence challenge room and this thing here. I'm gonna have to take a look at the icons that we have. Okay. I'm just gonna change the music a bit. Getting anxious. Pressure plate is this. This is okay. Then we have all the sequence plates in here. Now, we could call this shuffle not only icons but shuffle plates. And this was going to be transition to play state. Play sequence. We do this here. And then here we start getting the stuff from sequence challenge room FSM, sequence plates. We need this to be publicly accessible. For each this thingy, we're gonna cast it directly to sequence plate. You know what? Better would be a normal for loop, because there I have already access to the index. Count, and then we say pressure or sequence plate. Equals to this out of I. So that's okay. Not cast it as a sequence plate, of course. Then we go forward and we say that the ID of this thing is gonna be equals to index. But here I should always have like available list of icons. Let's say sequence plate. Sequence plate icon. And then I'd specify all the icons down here. And in the beginning we would do the shuffle of this thing. And then start taking out of the queue things, and in an order that I can't repeat the sequence itself. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna take a look at Godot and take a look at the icons. First we have anvil, book, bow, chest, shield, skull. sphere. Star. And the sword. Like that. Actually, a public function. One second, be right back. Call. Back. So here we are in sequence plate. Wait a second, I was working on the sequence plate icon and I have enums, so we could simply say public void set icon, and then we take in this sequence plate. Plate icon type. No, dude, don't worry. Don't be sorry for anything. Infinity Blade got a fan port to PC. What is Infinity Blade? I didn't play that one. And I'm gonna have like icons resource. And here we're gonna create a catalog of these icons. If we go here, sequence plate icons. By type. Old iPhone game. That's interesting. So it has to be really old, right? If it triggers nostalgia trip. RPG or something like that. Huh. Let's take a look at that. Oh, this is running Unreal and stuff.
After the Angry Birds Epic video I dropped not too
Ah.
long ago.
And then you don't get controls in this format. Sword fighting. Aha, it was more of a time-based, or what would you call it? Because it's kind of real time, but you have openings that you have to hit. Anyway, cool. For an old iPhone game, this looks really nice. Okay, now we have icons resource. And we have to add each one of these. Shield, skull, sphere, star, and a sword. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And difficulties are gonna depend on the level where you are. Probably you're gonna get lower tier things, and you're gonna have only 4 icons, which you have to remember. And in harder levels, you're gonna have 6 or something like that. And then finally 9. That's gonna be fair, but of course, yeah. They made 3 of them, and then Epic and Apple got in a fight and they got delisted. Oh. The lore goes crazy after the first game. Brandon Sanderson wrote some novels for it. Who's Brandon Sanderson? Let me see that. Sadly, not familiar with the dude. He has to be good if you know him by name, I'm sure. Okay, do you recommend any specific books? I'm looking for books. Last year I started to read a bit more and I think I've wrapped the year at 4 books, but that's okay. Better than previous years with nothing books, only technical documents, you know. Hey, I said sequence, okay, this one, this book, like that. I believe we have everything. I haven't read any of his books, I just know he's quite popular nowadays. He had one of the most funded tabletop RPGs campaigns on Kickstarter based on a series of his. That's really cool. I'm quite surprised how many tabletop games become popular It's interesting that this format is still going on hard, you know? Ah, it's too much here. Like that. That's good. They're getting more and more popular every year, especially fan-made stuff. It's kind of what inspired me to try to write one. That's cool. I only believe that I noticed nobody has done a TRPG including platforming, so that's my goal. Do it. Do it, man. I guess the biggest obstacle for those things are probably that you have to be physically present, right? But I'm happy that people socialize that way. We also used to do that with Settlers of Catan. It was pretty interesting. We even had a trophy. Fun times. Okay, I think I have it figured out how we can place or just toggle the things here. For example, for 4 plates I'm gonna use these 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. For 6 I'm gonna use this row and this row, so you can run between. And for 9 all of them. Yeah, that's how we're gonna roll, so I don't have to do some weird mumbo jumbo stuff. Scheduling, right. Yeah. Yeah, that's the part. When you grow and become an adult, there's just a real logistics behind, you know, having to manage 4 to 6 players. Either they live really close. What about VR? Do you think they tried something like that in VR? Okay, let's say this is one is gonna have difficulty somewhere. There's a thing like paid dungeon master. That's cool. That's really, really cool. Okay, we have to create a resource now, like sequence challenge resource. That's really nice. I saw a video of a dude that has like whole Dungeons and Dragons set up in his basement, and there's like lots of figures, you know, and the games go on for years, and his daughters had to acknowledge, if they bring the boyfriends to the table, that even if they break up, they still have to play the game and so on. It was a condition like that. I was like, man, this guy takes this seriously. And that's cool. Resources. Okay, that's regarding the script, but now I have to go to the challenge room. And this is gonna be an object or a resource file where we're gonna basically have things like how many stuff is enabled and so on. For example, I don't want to set the integer here. That's like that. We could also say that there's a tile limit or something. And then we can say number of rewards. My preferred game is Blades in the Dark. It doesn't involve a battle map or tactics. It's mostly about story aspect and how consequences snowball. That's cool. But what about Warhammer, dude? I started listening to a podcast about that. It was insane. I didn't know when I was a kid that I played a Warhammer game and it was Dark Omen. It's not 40k, It's just a normal warhammer, and it's cool. I've played Lancer, which is mech combat, pretty involved and crunchy. Huh. I'll have to look it up. Good at collections, dictionary now. Here I want to have... Why did I want to use dictionary here? Some kind of a reward type. Just a second, I have loot controller, something. Loot source key, what is that? Loot source type. That's what I'm using. Yeah. So I want to have some kind of a combination of from which loot source type I'm gonna be picking items that you can win, and what's the number of the sequences that you have to remember. I have to take a look at Lancer Tactics, man, yeah. Oh, it's like Into the Breach, or what is it called, huh? Similar thing, but more kaiju. Not really a fan of so many tactics games, but like I mentioned yesterday, man, this game, Dark Descent, because it combines the real time and slow-mo. So you press in the middle of battle space and everything starts to go slowly, and then you also can execute like special commands. This one is a perfect breed of real-time combat and tactics, I would say. And I'm so mad that they didn't make any DLCs. I'd instantly purchase it, man. Exactly, right? I mean, when I was a kid, I know that my brother used to play Jagged Alliance too, and then he allowed me that I had like 2 save slots. And basically I was looking at him, how he plays this thing, and yeah, I started to mimic him. And the thing that he did is that if he got hit, he reloaded. Every single freaking time, so basically he came out the whole game without being hit. And later, as I'm a developer now and so on, yeah, I figured out this is called save scumming or something like that. Yeah, save scummer, yeah. That's the... And I just thought to myself, is this the normal way to play the game, you know? Should you be playing like that? Because it kind of ruins everything, you know? Well, that was my first experience with it. And now it's funny that I know the technicality how it works behind it. Yeah, exactly. But still, it kind of pisses me off because you wouldn't react in the same way, you know. If you would know that you can get hurt, you know. Because in the end, it completely defeats the purpose of the game if you are somehow invulnerable, and yeah, then you do that, then you do that, then you do that. What did you learn? You didn't learn anything. Basically, your tactics were inferior. You just exploited the system. So it's like playing with cheats with God mode on. I don't know. My point of view. Huh. Okay, I need an array here. Sequence challenge. Resource, then I need a sub-resource for this thing, which is gonna hold some different information, additional information. But what should I name you? Sequence challenge sequence. Yeah. Oh, gotta love naming things. Public int. How many they have to be? Num of. It's not a sequence, num of flashes. Something like that. It's gonna be 0 by default. And we're gonna say loot source type on success. And then we could also have like public enemy or unit tier. Huh, I could take this thing from Arena itself, I believe. Arena or Wave. Subwave resource. Or maybe this. Oh, not really. Yeah, you get to decide if you don't like something that happens, that it doesn't happen. The catch is you always pay for it in the end, just depends on what's worth it. I'm trying to use that core feeling in my game as well, but also include tactics. Here we could say num of plates flashes, so how many times the thing will flash before it's gonna be triggered to success. The loot, kind of loot that you can get when you finish it. Okay, Logan, I will. Definitely. Okay, and this one then comes here. Whew. Now the issue I'm having here is I'm not sure where to put this. I know that I have a sequence challenge sequence. So basically I say number of plate it has to flash. Like first one's gonna be 6 plate flashes or 5. Then if you complete that sequence on success, from which source type we're gonna take the loot. That's another one. Then we have a flag, spawn enemies on failure. And I think that spawn enemies on failure should be lifted on the sequence itself. Here. Because you can fail only one time. Public bool spawn enemies on failure. This is independent on the wave. It's dependent on the whole challenge. Then we have go to the collections array, and here we're gonna add sequence challenge. Sequence. Yeah, mate. Thanks again for hanging out. Have a great rest, dude. And see you later. This one goes here. Ah. Yeah, so the length of sequences only changes, but not the number of sequences, of sequence plates. I think that's a good way. Then we spawn enemies on failure, it's a check, but we have to decide from which thing we take the enemies. For example, this could be export group, enemies, like this. And where should I take the enemy types? It should depend on biome probably. Or maybe not. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's go forward a bit. Let's see if I have Forest 1 things. Place something regarding enemies. I have weighted enemies. Overworld enemies by weight. And I have unit assignment resource, which basically has unit data reference and team. And this is kind of ich. Because in the challenge room I could be pulling stuff from this thing here. That's a possibility, but still... no. Where should I extract you? I'm thinking about it. If we're gonna have like many penalties, we could have like penalty types. One is that it spawns enemies, other is that it spawns, maybe that it reduces your health. Then third one could be that it steals your gold. You know. And maybe I could have like penalty resource, and I'd have a dictionary there in the level. So each level would have like a penalty resource where I do the lookups from all the challenges. That'd be a good way, I believe. Because, for example, if we have the sequence room, if you fail, we can penalize you with that thing. If we would have like guess something and you guess wrong, we would also take that from that pool. That'd be cool. Let's say we need a challenge room penalty. It's only one L if I'm not mistaken. Let's make it more generic. Penalty resource. These are gonna be in percents. Of the current health always. And for the gold, I'm willing to go with 100 as well. And then we have spawn enemies. How could I also annoy the player? Maybe the first one should be none. No, there's not gonna be none. Take damage, lose gold, spawn enemies. Ooh. Lose item. This one is nasty. A random item disappears. I wonder, do I need a resource for that? Or would the enum list be good enough? Well, we'll see. Let's keep it as a resource. Maybe we're gonna have to add something. Maybe modifiers later. Okay. Lose item. What if... Lose skill point. Oh. Channeling stuff from the dark side, are we? What else? Lose meta coin. And I think we're evil enough. And then in the lab resource, yeah, we could assign what kind of penalties we have. Should I have it chance-based or completely random? I guess random would work. And I'm gonna keep it simple as an enum now. Okay. Trying to rebuild it again. Of course, we have some problems now. And this isn't going to take in penalties like in here in this place. Okay.
existing.
No. Road to Vostok was launched. Want to see how that will work. Oh my god, already 957 reviews. Okay, so it has been built now. Let's see. Penalty type. Then we have penalty type itself in the level resource, right? Oh, why don't export it? Okay. Now by default, we're gonna have these penalties. In the beginning, take 25. If you're unlucky, take 50. Lose 25. Lose 50. Lose item. Well, the item stuff and that should probably come a bit later, but that's okay. That's the risk I'm willing to take. Now if we go to the test level, I have to put it here as well. Like that. And then we're gonna have to wire it. So these are gonna be the penalties that we have. That's okay. And in the code now, let's go here. We have to go to the sequence challenge room, and here we're gonna have, for example, sequence challenge resource, something like that. This one. This one is good. And this is the source in our interstate for generating the plates. But you know what? I have to kind of wire together. Yes, I have to do that. I have to wire the plates to where it belongs also. For example, if I only display 4 plates, I have to have a dictionary so I know which plates I have to enable and so on. So we're going with the dictionary. Go to collections, dictionary. And here this one. Okay. Let's build it for now. Okay, still have to spam messages a couple of times. Okay. Marketing. Done for today. At least regarding X. Yeah. Let's get going. Okay, so this has been assigned. Then I gotta go in the sequence challenge room. If this was built, we gotta do the wiring. Add. This one. Oh, and here we go with these entities. So the 4 is gonna have, let's plate this one. First one is on the top left, I believe. Oh, the hell with it. This should be an array. Array within an array. Like that. Why doesn't it want to have... Uh-huh. I guess the drawers are wrong in this case. Wait a minute. I have a sequence plate. I would like to have the ability to place it on. But I can't. Because it's nested, right? Of course, that's the reason. I wonder. Okay, that's the first one. I can't even click copy of this array. Interesting if you ask me. You know what? This Call of Cthulhu bullshit here. Don't need it. I'm gonna use other structures within the code and to hell with it. I'm just gonna properly ID them. Okay. not sure if this one is correct. Have to take a look, but I know that 9 is definitely 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But here we have first one is okay, third one is okay, then fourth one is okay, and sixth one is okay. Seventh one is okay, and ninth one is okay. That's it. Why is this bitchin'? Uh-huh. Actually public. And then when I go to Arena FSM, or this one, Sequence Challenge FSM, yeah. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna take 5. Okay. I'm back. Now I gotta kind of remember what we were doing. I went and had dinner. Not dinner, lunch. But there's always a big but. We're gonna have this thing here. Removed, and these are all okay. But sequence plates parent. Nothing wrong in here. I think we have to go to the win or to the start state or something. Intro state, start state. What did I say? Sequence challenge intro state. So this one shuffles the plates. And that's okay. And for each plate I assign the ID. That doesn't make sense. I don't have to assign an ID because the IDs are already assigned. But I have to take the sequence challenge resource. Let's call it that. We're gonna have the reference here. Like that. And we're gonna try to get it from FSM something. Ooh, just a second. Back just had to give the keys away. FSM. We call this one sequence FSM something. And it's already here, but so that we can avoid writing out a lot of things. This one. Or maybe it would be even better if I just have the reference to the whole room. Should I? Do I have it in the base state? Room? No, I don't have the reference to the room. But it'd be cool. We could have this here as well. Why the hell not? Sequence. Room. This one. Okay. Like that. Now I can easily access those things, which is okay. But then if we go a bit higher into the intro state, ooh, my belly's so full. I ate a lot. Now I don't need this deep pass. This is okay. Maybe that one could also be lifted, why the hell not? Easier access. And let's make it kind of protected. Okay. Wait a minute. Would it be possible that this would also display like not only functions but objects? I mean properties. I guess not. But in the shuffling thing... Activate needed plates. Shuffle icons. Then in here, I do that. And here what I do is I iterate over every plate. That's okay. And I take a look if sequence challenge resource, num of sequence plates. Hell with it, I have erased there. I need something easier for dictionary lookups. I'll do it. I can do it here. Sequence, challenge, FSM. Is it here? It's a bit higher. Sequence, challenge room. This one. Let's make this list so I can simply say if it contains the thingy that we need. List of int. Okay, now we have a problem down here. How do I initialize the list? Is it something like that? It should be. Shouldn't it? Oh. This one, this one, this one. Let's go back. Slowly forward. And then curly brackets. Or... yeah, that's the syntax. Had to remember it a bit. But now we can just compare the indexes. I mean, quickly look them up. So, if sequence plate... then I have to say... this one's going to go up here, and this is num. If sequence challenge room, sequence plates by this. Out of num of sequence plates contains, and we go with sequence plate ID something. We set it to visible. Maybe I should have a function. Yeah, this should have something like enabled, and then when we toggle enable, public bool enabled. Like this, and then get we return this thingy, and in set we say that am enabled equals value, and then here we just have to decide if we're gonna do stuff. So if enabled false or that, return, so we don't emit any events if it's not enabled. Makes sense. But when we're setting stuff, we should be setting the visibility of this whole thing. So visible equals to value. Okay. So far so good. Then here we say enabled equals to true, else equals to false. Okay, this is gonna run first. Maybe already I could assign things here, so I don't have to shuffle over them. I mean, iterate over them 2 times. That would be kind of dumb, if you ask me. We could do this in 1 iteration. But here we could do that, for example, we could have all the lists of available icons, and then we slowly pop off things from that. Yeah, it kind of makes sense. This could be like, okay, let's improvise a bit. Like private list, and this is, what is this thing called? Sequence challenge icon something. Sequence plate, where do I have icons? This one, sequence plate icon type. This, and then we just scrap everything in. And we're gonna keep 2 of them. First one is gonna be just as a base, and the second one is gonna be like available from which we take stuff. And that could be a queue, right? And then we pop off. So for get key something, or what is it called? Get enum, get key, no. Enum I can type get keys. No, key. Oh my god, I always forget this syntax. I know that somehow you can get all the keys from the enum available. No. Get name. I think that's the thing. Something like that. Get values, enum get values. Or let's see. What does this return? Array. Okay. The thing that we need. So get value becomes of type this. It should be of type this. Icon type hash no plate icons, add icon type. That's the first one. But to keep it clean, we're gonna initialize it always in the beginning. Same's gonna go for this one. And this is Q. Okay. But in the plate, you know what, if this is gonna have the opportunity to run a couple of times, it's gonna be like this. Plate icons is gonna clear in the beginning, and available icons also clear. Like that. The shuffle icon isn't anymore needed. And then here we have this, we can remove that. And now we somehow have to randomize elements in list and push them on the stack. Stack or queue. And for this I'm gonna utilize LLM, because I can't remember how I used to randomize things. I'm gonna use the RNG from here's a utility function for shuffle that we could use in the future probably. So it's public static. We're gonna make it static, of course. Public static void. No, actually. Copy paste. And I'd like to have a random option to pass in. And by default it's gonna be no. And then I'd say simply RNG or new RNG. Right. past RNG. Or like that, and this is public static. Void shuffle. And if Mr. isn't doing anything weird, then here I could say this. Utility static. Like that. And available icons is being added here. Sorry about that, a little pause, drinking coffee at the moment. Okay. And we're back. So, we're shuffling the icons every time we get into the intro state, and then I start activating needed plates. So, if it's true, we're gonna say that available icons I think I have a sequence plate function, something like regarding to icons here. Icon, set icon. And we have available icons DQ. So we feed it in. So the icon will be set. And then when we have this, it's okay. That's regarding the activated plates. You know what? I'm just gonna keep another list. Call it sequence plate. Activated plates. And we're gonna store them here as well. Like that. Like this. So that's okay. And let's add it. And then we know which plates we have. After this, we're gonna have like private void. We're gonna say create a sequence. Oh no. Create a sequence. What kind of a sequence should be created here? Just a second. Never mind, that's only for the intro and it's okay. I'm not gonna do anything here because I'm definitely going to transition to play state. And in the play state we're gonna do mumbo jumbo regarding creating the sequence. let's say here, sequence challenge play state. And we can take a lot of things from here. And this logic is going to live in this state. Get enabled plate states. Plates like that. And we simply do this. Phew. I think that lives in the room. Sequence challenge room. Plates. Find all. Plate. Plate. Enabled. Active. I have to cast it into this thing. Sequence plate. Come on. It's public. It should be available. What's the freaking syntax? I completely forgot about it. I know that this goes like node match, yes, but let me try to use similar thing I used earlier somewhere else, but I'm not casting anywhere here. But if I pass in like that, and I say sequence plate, no. Like this. So we can simply say this is this. Or to list. No. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on. They're very close. Okay, get enabled sequence plates is this. Off type, where to list. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Generate sequence. So now we say sequence plate. Like this, and then we can track current index. Like this, so we have enabled sequences. So this is the reference of all the plates that are actually enabled currently when we hit this state, and that's okay. And then we try to generate the sequence, and we have to get number of flashes, and this is gonna equal to sequence resource. Not this one. There's something else hiding in here. Time between links. Sequences. I could randomly choose one. Let's go with 0 for now. So I have num of plate flashes and loot source type on success. I'm starting to think that the sequence challenge sequence resource is completely obsolete. Because somewhere maybe I should rather specify which number of plate flashes you have to clear in order to get which loot type. Now that I think about it a bit more. Yeah, let's go here. We could say we could have like a dictionary. Dictionary with integer and loot something, loot source type. So this means how many flashes you have to clear in order to get which loot source type of award. Kinda makes sense, right? By matching blinks. Okay. Loot rewards by matching blinks. It's an okay name. Loot rewards by matching blinks. I'm just trying to think, how am I gonna generate the sequences? Wait a minute, where do I use this? Yeah, well, definitely I'm gonna delete this one. And here's gonna be trouble, because if I'm gonna be clearing all the things, current sequence index, this should be on finite state machine because it's elevated state. Actually, that was pretty smart earlier that I had sequences better and then I had this split up in two things, so yeah, that was good. And now I get it why I had it like that. So if I go to sequence, play, observe, play. So I have enabled sequence plates, then I generate the sequence, and that's okay. But then I have to, for each, or at least 4 number of flashes, I have to randomly pick not get random color, random position from set. Public static void. Random entry from list. Okay. Jesus, this is so much faster. And then I can simply say that generated sequence, add utility and like this. That's okay. Then we start playing the sequence. But this generated sequence is also gonna have to be living in an elevated state, because the evaluation of that is going to happen in the play state or in the eval state. Okay, if I go to sequence FSM, that's okay. And then we take this one. But the tank has to be nuked before we generate it. Okay. Generate sequence, then we play the sequence. State something. In the wave state I know that I use tasks regarding the async stuff. That's okay. So. Like this. And the current sequence that we have. Oi. Go now. Just a second. Back. I'm thinking about something that this index that I'm setting somewhere. I should be storing it here on the FSM. Let's do it like that. -1 is gonna be default. And when we come in, we simply say FSM current sequence index ++. So we're never gonna hit -1. And then we say generate sequence. We do this mumbo jumbo. Or if it can't generate sequence, we transition to win state. Or finish state or something like that. Then we fetch them, then we generate one. And in the generation, I have to add this first. So if I think that's a good one. Okay, after we do this, after we flash every one of them, then we have to transition to playstate. But we do with that there. Here. So the logic is kind of here. I'm sure that I've skipped a couple of steps, but at least we can try somehow triggering this now and see what blows to smithereens. Yeah, there's gonna be probably a lot of problems, but the first thing that would have to happen is some of the plates should enable, some of them shouldn't. Oh, I forgot to set these things up, I believe. This thingy here. I need a new one. Let's say 4 sequences. What's this? Let's say 5 plate flashes. Plate flashes. Or maybe 2 seconds. Now let's start this mumbo jumbo. Okay, if I press it, okay. What the shit, it works the first time? Well, it's flashing them in a random order. But that's too much flashes, or? More than 10 already, or? Okay, so the things that are missing are sound effects. For sure. We can walk on it. So our walking should kind of be ignored then. But if I go back in, I can't press it anymore, that's good. Completely normal behavior. Hello. Let's see any major errors. Oh, just regarding the mugshots, but it took this one. I think the number of plate flashes was this. And the time between blinks should be 1, and let's make blinking a bit different. Because I think that the blue isn't so clear. This one is much brighter. So 0.5 is full. Just to tune it. Maybe I could go with a normal gray that we have somewhere. Like this one. Oh shoot, I completely forgot to look at if we're actually changing the icons. No, I don't change the icons. Or, no. Toop, 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 toop. That's like really hard. Alrighty. What if I, for example, say that we want to have 6 sequences? Is it going to enable the 6 plates? So there should be only 2 rows or columns. Zoop, zoop. I wonder if that works. Yeah, this one works. 1, 2. And it's taking others into account as well. Oh. Okay. So this one works. Let's try with 9. Ten is too hard if you ask me. I'm never gonna get that. If I get to 7, I'm... Phew. Okay, that works as well. Now the icon generation. Ah, it's not implemented. Yippee. Icon sprite 2D texture has to become global game controller config icons resource. What is that? Sequence plates by icon type. There we go. I believe this was missing. And I wonder if I remove other one. This one and set it on 5. Because if it's skipping 1 index, what the hell? Okay. The icons have been set. That's really good. And here's gonna be a price. One more time. Upper left was skull, upper right was what? Yeah, it's randomized. I'm happy. Now the teleporters have to change, and I'm gonna kind of manually remove these things down here. Okay. Now the transition goes to play state. Then it has to go to, oh, observe state. And here we're gonna have to subscribe to some stuff. Oh. Yo. I'm gonna stop streaming, guys. I'll work still a bit offline, but I gotta go stretch and so on. I've been online for like 6 hours already. So, bye bye peeps.